Okay. Welcome in, everybody. Let me, no, not that far. I turn that down just a wee bit. Got distracted looking at something else, but today's the day. I'm finally starting over. And I made myself a semi-absurd checklist, and then they released the roadmap for the year. And one of them is an update that raises the level cap and probably adds some new features, and one of them is also they're retooling the Hunter class, so that'll be fun to see if my checklist holds up. The roadmap that they released, they posted it in the official Discord for Lotro, and I believe it's also in my Discord channel. I have under the Lotro section official announcements, and it is the second to last, is a development update. Roadmap, same thing. I wonder if I can post the link. Yes, I can. Here you are. So one of the first things I need to do from my little checklist is make my new account, which I did not do yet because I wanted to do it now. Why won't it tell me the password specifications before I put a password that doesn't fit them in? Okay, that one's fine. I just think that if you're gonna have... Okay, I need to be careful because one time I made an account for a game and I thought I typed the password one way, but it was different, and I never figured out what the password was. And the email that I used could not help me figure it out. I'm hoping that for the Hunter, they're gonna keep it largely the same. I fear they might get rid of the yellow spec, but I hope they don't change the blue and red too much. You know? Yeah, yellow is trap, and I think I think yellow's a lot of fun. And I think it's cool that they had a spec line that focused on traps more than anything. I don't know how good yellow is for like actually being productive and getting things done, but sometimes that's not what playing is about. It's just that sometimes it is. And I'd like to think that for the most part, most spec lines of most classes allow you different benefits as you advance through the game. Is that the whole... Yeah, I ran out of music. Hold on. Is that not... Ah, I see. I almost used an email that doesn't actually exist. Wouldn't that be crazy? I wonder if I should put my birthday or today as the birthday for the date of birth. I guess I should probably put mine. But canonically, April 2nd is my new tune's birthday. Please enter a valid date of birth. That's my birthday. What do you mean? What do you mean? Please enter a valid date of birth. That's my birthday. What's wrong with it? Oh my god. Sonic, they're not. No, it's a drop down. It's the drop down menu on the site's account creation, and I picked my birthday and it says please select a valid. Is this what happened to Talus and Jaffe? What if it's like a site error? What if it's like a site error and they're not gonna let me create an account? Is it because it's not the birthday on the email? But how would they know that? I haven't done it yet. No, this is crazy. That is the birthday on the email. Wow, this is not a problem I was expecting to have. What if this messes everything up? Okay. Okay. I think it was just some kind of glitch. That was weird. That was funky and weird. You must be mortal to play Lotro. Basically, they were telling me it's time to go to Valinor. I can't stay. Okay, I got the... No, I fixed it. I think what it is that I didn't unclick. Like, I somehow didn't confirm the year. I just had to refresh the page. Really hope that I was careful with the password. But at least I have access to this email if I have to reset the password. Okay, luckily I don't have to download the game. That's always the worst part of joining a new game. What do you mean make changes? Oh, I didn't update it. I didn't actually open the launcher after the maintenance. Oh no. Okay, it's going fast. It's fine. Everything's fine. Except I'll simply log into the wrong account. Isn't that fun? Everything's going good so far. Wait. Please don't play the opening cinematic before I get the game captured. It might not play the opening cinematic on its own, because I think it only does that, right? Yeah. It only does that when you download the game for the first time, but I'm gonna play it because I think it's fun to start from the beginning.
Our
it's
worst
loud.
fears have come to pass. The One Ring has revealed itself, and as the Fellowship prepares for its perilous journey to Mount Doom, the shadow of Sauron stretches forth to reclaim it. In ages long past, the Witch King gathered a dark army in Angmar. Once again, he calls a vast horde from the depths of Khand-dûm to march upon the lands of Middle-earth and lay them to waste. Aragorn and I hoped the Rangers alone could hold back the Witch King's advance, and that Angmar's strength had not yet grown too great. We were wrong.
Gosh! Fight!
You must unite the free peoples of Eriador and inspire them to stand against Sauron. For if you do not oppose the army of Angmar, then all the lands of Middle-earth will fall forever into darkness and shadow. War is at hand. The time is now.
I forgot how hype that opening cinematic is. I love it. Okay, now we can hop into character creation. Ooh, level 6. So here's the thing about the character. I'm gonna make a human blue line hunter because that's what I want to play. But because I have this new approach to everything, I'm gonna stick with it this time. Whether that means reading everything, on the development letter that they released, there's a little roadmap. This link, where'd it go? Where'd my link go? That I copy pasted. There it is. Oh, thank you, Sonic. They mentioned that Hunter and Burglar are getting an update. I don't know if that means getting completely reworked the way some of the other classes were. I think it just means that they're gonna maybe take away the yellow line and add more like balanced stuff. Who's to say? You know? I just really hope that blue and red remain largely the same. Oh yeah, I don't think they're gonna get rid of blue or red. Because I think those two make sense. You know, being the diametric, like, you know, focuses, where with red you focus on, I guess red's like longer range. You're stationary, but you see, I don't even know anything about red. My brain's so small. I only know blue. I only know that blue lets you move. Does red have a longer range, or does it have more powerful attacks? Or both? I just know that with blue, you don't lose focus when you move, and that's so important to me. Longer range and more damage, but stationary. More induction also makes sense. I would love it if my chat would auto scroll. Tee-hee. Okay. I love blue for everything. Blue is really good for like Slayer deeds too. So you just mow stuff down. I need to reset my chat doc because why is it doing that? There we go. Is follow the path only for blue? I thought it was... I think you get find the path anyway, but I could be wrong. I obviously only play blue, so I only know blue. Yeah, find the path. I see, you get the base in red, but in blue you have buildable. Yeah, find the path is in a run speed boost. And it applies to your fellowship too. Insight, thank you for the follow. Okay, I want to play the cinematic for the Race of Man too, because I want to kind of read everything and pay attention to all the cinematics and stuff like that, because I've never really done that before. We all know I don't read. But I'm going to, and I think it'll be good practice for my public speaking. Not that I need to do that. I kind of have gotten away with it this far. So the race of men, not as long-lived as elves, sturdy as dwarves, or resilient as hobbits. Men are renowned for their courage and resourcefulness. I love that the description of man starts with talking about it's not as good at certain stuff as other races. I want to see if the other races say that. No, they don't. That feels so appropriate, though, to say, like, well, there are a lot of stuff that the race of man can't do. But there's a couple things that they can. Okay, let's see the traits too. We've got Gift of Men has improved fate. Men have the greatest destiny of all the free peoples. Diminishing of mankind, decreased will. Men have weaker wills than the other races. Easily inspired, increased morale restoration. Men are more quickly emboldened than the other races. 5% incoming healing is good. And we've got strong men, improved strength. The feats of strength that men such as Boromir could accomplish are worthy of song. I love that.
The age of man is fast approaching. The chosen of a higher power, men dominate the lands of Middle-earth, both west and east of the Misty Mountains. Their strength of will and prowess at arms will decide the fate of Middle-earth, whether for good or for ill.
I think it's fun also to watch the cinematics and then find the places in the game where they were, I can quote, filmed. So that's the Race of Man. Welcome in, robot. We're playing Lotro. And we're playing as a hunter. Hunters are proficient at dealing significant damage to a single foe at long range. Their basic bow skills generate focus points, allowing them to use even more potent skills. If a foe manages to close into melee, the hunter's dual-wielded weapons are capable of dealing the final blow. In fellowships, the hunter concentrates on quickly killing foes one at a time. That's so funny because that's not at all how I play a hunter. I mean, that is kind of. No, I'm still playing on Glamdring. I might someday play some on Peregrine, but I feel like there's a lot more people on Glamdring, And I want to have some incorporation of easily collaborating, whether it's with other streamers or with you guys, and easily being able to play together. Yeah, we can all be Glamdring friends. It'll be fun. So the lore for hunters. Hunters are masters of field and forest, unmatched in their dexterity with the bow. They use their survival skills to guide companions and lay traps for enemies. The coming of the enemy has forced them to adapt these skills to use against new prey. And of course, this class was inspired by Legolas, Prince of Mirkwood, a mighty hunter and companion of Aragorn.
The hunter is a master of field and forest, unmatched with the bow. She uses her survival skills to guide her companions and lay traps for her enemies. The hunter is at her strongest when attacking from a distance, but is able to defend herself in melee at need.
Someday, if I might, once I kind of get through this character, I mean, this we're talking probably months, if not years from now, I'd branch out and play on the other servers as well. But for now, it feels appropriate. If I'm gonna be focusing on one, it felt like Glamdring was a stronger option for me. So my character has lore that we're going to go over in a little while. And I know that as I'm describing it, it'll sound like maybe I should be playing on Peregrine instead, but I just want to play on Glamdring. And I know I'm over-explaining myself, but sometimes you just gotta. Yeah, Runekeeper is one of the more interesting class. Like, it's a very intriguing class. I maybe wouldn't have suggested it for your first tune, but if you're having fun, that's all that matters. And I think that's the important message of Lotro, is that yes, there is all sorts of different statistics for difficulty and accomplishment, and there's different ways to define your success in the game, but really the most important thing is that you're enjoying yourself. So if you're enjoying Runekeeper, that's wonderful. And I hope you continue to enjoy it. So my character is going to be from Breland. You grew up in... Which is so funny. I kind of wish there was a little bit more to the origin. Because I know that it used to be that the origin would kind of control the palette you had for your character, of like what they could look like, but as they've kind of gotten into the where you can make any character look like anything, I feel like the origin, I would really like to have something where it changes the dialogue a little bit. Not obviously they're not going to change the voiced lines, but even if they just the tiniest little bits of details. Like, maybe if I'm from Breland, people shouldn't be telling me about the history of Breland like I couldn't possibly know, you know? But you grew up in Breland, once part of the North Kingdom of Arnor, once ruled by Elendil the Tall as High King of Middle-earth, and later by his elder son Isildur. Now it is but a simple rustic land, and the North Kingdom is no more. I'm not going to read the naming guidelines, because we're not following that. Although one of them is kind of important. Sometimes Brelanders go by their last names, which are almost always related to plants, such as Appledore, Thistleway, Butterbur, or Ferny. But Bree women have English-styled names. And I guess the other one is for Bree men. Some of them are cute, though. Amabel, Maribel, Lavina. Right after I said I'm not going to read it, I just listed all off. Sourwood from Breland. I love that. I will not be naming her Garfield robot. Ooh, a lightning runekeeper does sound like a lot of fun. I know that the runekeeper has really cool spec lines too. Alas, no Garfield. I can tell you what I am going to name her. And it's a little bit sneaky. I'm gonna name her Ivarantha. Because, you know, long story short, this is a character that I've been in my head developing, when it comes to the lore, obviously, in my head developing for a very long time. Because I love, and I still do, I love making original characters, and I'm a lot better at focusing on characters than I am at world building. So like the realm of like fan fiction is really like my specialty, I should say. It's also my Roman Empire. Pumpkin Pie would be a cute name for a hobbit, though. And I'm gonna start. I did before the shadow on my other character because I was like, I want to get into the open world as fast as possible. But I really like the idea of doing as completionist of a character as possible. So I'm gonna start in Shadows of Angmar this time. I can't even skip the tutorial if I wanted to. Yeah, I made a new account because I wanted to really start fresh. You know, without any Lotro points, without anything unlocked, without anything. And I just wanted to really focus on the things I achieve on this character being achieved on this character. And I'm not going to throw away my other account. I'm going to keep it. It's just going to become my fool around, play the game when I want to play account. Versus this is my new content account. Oh my gosh, why is my bitrate at 10,000? It fixed itself. I do not have any expansions. I never had any expansions. I just had the VIP. And I am going to, at a certain point, put the VIP on this account and cancel it on the other one. Because I don't want to be paying for it in two places. I have thoughts, but I can't think. Someday, I might buy the expansions when I have the spending money for some of the stuff that you can't get any other way. Because I have, at the bottom of my checklist, I have all of the collections. So, like, once I've completely leveled through the game, I can focus on, you know, silly stuff. Which, this is all, you know, very long-term plans. Or if I reach a point where the VIP doesn't cover a certain expansion. I don't think that's true. I think if you have VIP, you have access to everything, like landscape-wise. At least I hope so. We'll see what happens. So if I have to buy some quest packs, then maybe. Oy vey, what's happening to my bitrate right now? Oh yeah, that's what I'm thinking is maybe by the time that I need expansions, I will have stacked up Lotro points from the VIP and from deeding. Of course, there are some early things that I'm going to be spending Lotro points on, but nothing majorly expensive. I'm not getting a token of Hornburg this time because it's a marathon, not a race. I don't need to race through the game. My thought process at the time when I got that token of the Hornburg was I wanted to catch up to where I had been on the previous character really fast. But I was missing out on so much stuff, and I was also getting a little bit lost in the sauce. So I just really want to make sure that I do things the way I'm going to enjoy it, and I think completionist is what I'm going to enjoy. I am going to invest in a Tortoise Stone when I get to level 20. Undying is really important to me, and that I do kind of want to get to sort of as fast as possible, just because I don't want to be too risky with it. So I'm going to wait on the Tortoise Stone until then, which I know is going to make some of the starting areas a little bit grueling to get through, because that's another thing is I say semi-completionist because I want to go through all the starting areas and do all the quests and do all the deeds and find all the stuff, and I just want to have a good time. I think that's the thing. I think I live in a constant state. If I don't overthink something, I can't do it. Because I have this very strange fear of the unknown. So I have to do, like, I can't even watch a TV show without reading a bunch of stuff on its wiki first. I watched the entirety of Suits in YouTube Shorts before I ever actually watched the show on Netflix because I just needed to be sure that I was gonna like it. And I did the same thing with another show. I don't want to say the name wrong. It's gonna sound so silly. Umbrella Academy. For some reason I did not think Academy was the second word in Umbrella Academy, but I did. I am gonna go for Undying, and I think I'm gonna kind of try to make it easy on myself. I am gonna turn on landscape difficulty at level 10 because I want to wait as long as I can on that because I don't necessarily enjoy it, but I do enjoy the idea of collecting the titles, and I'm kind of okay with Fearless. The baseline Fearless is, as I do really like to just kind of mow through the game, but that's not what I'm doing now. So Fearless is a good thing for me. Sonic, what did you just do? Yeah. Sonic just gifted 5 subs. Thank you. Oh my goodness, and it's already a level 2 hype train. Suddenly I'm having war flashbacks to the walk when Sonic and Brewster got us to a level 4 hype train in like 2 seconds. I hope everyone who got their subs enjoys them. I really appreciate you guys. very, very much. As I'm creating the character, I'm also working on posting it in my character index in Discord. So if I go silent for periods of time, it's because I'm typing lots of things. Yeah, we have emotes too. We have new custom emotes. I don't remember which ones are... let me figure out which ones are tier 1. Believe these are the tier 1 emotes we have so far. Yep. Oh, and the animated one. There are a couple more that were theoretically ready, but they weren't square shaped. And Bree's taken a little break. But I really appreciate her for doing them. She did my channel art too. My little bat my bat signal. I guess bat symbol is also not incorrect. We got Cap's shield. We got a little hobbit hole in the books. The blue book, I don't know if I said this the other day, but she informed me that it says the secret to nay-naying on the noobs. And I've had this art piece as part of my channel for almost 2.5 years. Had no idea what that said the entire time. I love it and her so much. Okay, now one of my favorite parts. So I'm finally going to work on her appearance. I did a little bit of playing on my own while I was having a break. Mostly because I was like trying to do research on my checklist and figure things out. And I had made a character for what I wanted her to look like. That was a little different from the way I made her before. Trying to figure out if I can remember which. I feel like it's that one, but we'll see. I can also edit it later. It's a good thing we have the ad coming up, because this is maybe going to take me a minute of just locked in focusing. No thoughts, only sliders. Something about it is maybe not feeling totally right, but I think it's just because... Now, mind you, this is I make my characters in Lotro. Thank you guys for the hype train. Oh, the emote's so cute. Oh my goodness. I love that. And thank you, Sonic, again for the 5 subs, the 5 gifted subs. And I hope everyone who got one enjoys them. Oh, I didn't get to the... This is the same character a little bit. I make my characters in video games very much like I make Sims, and I make the same sim every single time, because once I figure out which facial features, and it goes through phases over time. My interest in the facial features changes a little bit. But once I kind of, it's always like kind of evolutionary. Like it started from one version of the sim, and then I would change one feature, and that would lead to changing another. And over time, I like perfect the same sim that I make every time. So every time I make this character in Lotro, she gets a little bit more like what I want her to look like. Oh, I skipped this part. I don't know if those are... The eyebrows I struggle with a little bit because I'm very much in a phase in my life where I like the, you know, very full bushy brow. And I fear most of the Lotro brows just don't really fit that bill without being a little bit too... It's that like kind of... a full brow but nice and manicured. Which doesn't make sense in Middle Earth, but it's what I want her to look like. I gave her a little bit of like a a smoky eye. The elves have straight up winged eyeliner. That's crazy, but it's so good. They look so good. Robot, I'll stop tripping in a second. I'm so focused right now. Robot knew. Robot knew I was craned over my desk like a goblin trying to focus in on what I was doing. There's something about it. There's like there's a setting that I can't edit that makes the face very long. But I think she looks, for the most part, like what I want her to look like. Oh, you know what? One thing. Yeah, I think that's pretty much what I want. And I'm gonna take a little screenshot. My screenshot, my print screen button seems to be not... Oh, I'm just taking... Oh my god. I've been hitting... because I hit print screen a bunch of times. There's so many... There's so many screenshots. I need to see them all so I can believe. Somehow I must have changed some kind of setting. I don't need to keep that one. I will keep that one. That's a no. Those ones go away. I want to... So it was taking screenshots, but it wasn't opening my snipping tool the way I wanted it to. I don't like the way she's frozen. Okay. Let me grab my laptop. Because I gotta do something a little sneaky. I love that we're over an hour into stream and I haven't actually left the character creation yet. But that's how I want things to be from now on. Get ready to be here for the long haul and not get a whole lot done. Oh, I've never seen... I hope I don't... I fear I missed it. Well, if anybody snipes my name, I swear I will unleash atrocities. I think I logged into the wrong account. Hold on. Oh, I didn't log into an account yet. Tee-hee. Oh. The launcher keeps crashing. This is gonna be a problem, isn't it? I have to restart the computer. I did something. I think it's because I closed the launcher while it was doing the thing. And then now it's not gonna do the thing. I gotta hurry up before Robot gets to their low-drawing computer. Okay, let's see if it works this time. Oh, what did I do? It was working and now it's not. It's my freaking CPU. Come on. Okay, I see what happened. I had to run it as administrator. Everything's fine. Things are happening. I did stop shrimping. I'm sitting up so straight right now. Don't worry. I did actually stand up to go get my laptop, and when I sat back down, when I sit down, I always start and I lean back against the back of the chair, and I'm nice and neat. And then somehow, I think part of it too is because sometimes when I get too relaxed, my microphone is set up in just a way that I kind of have to shrimp to be at the optimal spot for it. But then I also can't see the screen. So I do different kinds of shrimping throughout my sitting down and playing. I'm just waiting for the launcher on my laptop to update. I didn't think about how they were releasing an update today, not just regular downtime. Tee-hee. It's funny, I took my headphones out and everything. Oh, let me make sure this doesn't... Wouldn't it be so sad if I got all that customization in and then the game closed? I think I have to take my sweatshirt off too. The weather is in this really weird phase where during the day it's a little toasty, especially in my room because I keep the door shut and my computer. Luckily, my computer. I'm, and this is a little fact about me. Because I'm a Sims player. I was gonna say simmer, and I don't know why I didn't just say simmer. But every laptop I've ever had has gotten to the point where it runs at the temperature of an oven. And I was always a little bit afraid of that happening. It's simmer because it makes the laptop hot. I was afraid of that happening to my computer, but my computer's not too bad. I have a plexiglass side that gets a little warm, but the metal side stays pretty cool. And it's got a good vent on it and a good fan. But just the fact that it's running makes the room a little bit warmer. So I always get a little toasty in my room during the day. But then at nighttime, when all the electronics are off and the sun's not out anymore, the sun also rises directly into my bedroom window. And it sometimes rises directly onto my eye line, which is so wonderful in the summer that I wake up at the crack of dawn. You got it, robot. I'll keep all the secrets waiting for you. I used to have, where I lived before, I had a big old bay window. And there was no shutters on it, because I have shutters on my window. And they do pretty good at keeping light out for the most part. It's just those little part of it too is that I shut the shutters down so that there's a nice crack, because I do want to wake up in the morning. I used to be semi-nocturnal, and that was like maybe not the greatest time of my life. So being able to like actually wake up in the morning, because I also used to be someone who would sleep until like noon or 1 p.m. even after I was no longer nocturnal. And it just wasn't a great lifestyle for me. So being able to like have an actual morning these days, I don't mind waking up at sunrise if I went to bed at a reasonable hour. I've started having trouble going to bed before 11 p.m. though. I have these weird sleep phases where before I had trouble staying up past 9. And one time I had a bad day and I was like 7 p.m. seems like a great bedtime. But now I like start looking and I go, it's 11. That means if I go to bed now, I'll get 9 hours of sleep, and then it'll be midnight and I'll get 8 hours of sleep, and then it'll be 1 a.m. And I'll be like, what if I just didn't? And two separate days last week, 2 separate days. One day, which was the day that I changed my streaming and I was like, I gotta take a break. I stayed up until 6 a.m. And then the next week, I had a day where I was awake from 9 a.m. on one day until 9:45 the next day. And I was weird. And that day I only slept for like 3 hours and then stayed up until midnight again. I don't know what was wrong with me. It was like my body didn't want to sleep. Please let me log in. That is in fact the password. There we go. Is there a queue on Glamdring? Or can my laptop just not run a 64-bit server? That's one thing I didn't think through too. My laptop is a little older. Which feels weird to say considering I bought it in 2019, but I guess laptops just really aren't built to last 6 years. Ooh, she's hot. Yeah, she doesn't like having The Sims 3 and The Sims 4 and The Sims 1 and The Sims 2 on her. She used to only have The Sims 4. I used to have, before I had this laptop, I had another laptop that literally, somehow there was a miscommunication between me and the Best Buy representative that was helping me pick a laptop, because the only thing I could fit on it was The Sims 4. That was the only thing on that laptop. And it started getting to a point where I couldn't, it would not fit the Sims 4 on it now. Because the Sims 4 has released several packs since then. I'm so spoiled now too. I'll never be able to play The Sims on anything but my computer. But that older laptop was the first laptop that I ever played Lotro on. And that was where my preference for the UI zoom originated. Okay. Whew. Everything's chill. I was a little worried. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Now that we've got the character made, I just threw my laptop. I'm crazy. I didn't throw it bad, but I did like lightly toss it onto the end of my bed. And then immediately after I did it, I was like, wow, that could have gone so bad. I had it like in my hand like a tray, and then I turned around because my bed's right behind my desk. And it's a good, I would say, 1 or 2 feet away. And I just popped the laptop out of my hand onto the end of the bed. I missed it all for a second there, just because I didn't want to stand up. That's crazy. Okay. I'm going to window capture. Is that... That's going to be too small for y'all to read, but I wanted to discuss the lore as I write it out for my character. And I don't want it to be too complicated. I talked about it a little bit when I was doing those first like late night chicken runs. So, the only thing is that I can't talk and type at the same time because my brain's small. But the lore I have for the character So her last name is Rushlight, and I'm not allowed to spell it the right way in the game. I would love to spell it with an I, because part of it was her parents' names were inspired by the naming conventions of the places where they're from. So her father, Chester Rushlight, the reason I chose Chester was because Chester, one of the nicknames for Chester is Chet. And part of this big lore I have for this character is that she's what I am calling the Huntress of Chetwood. Sorry, I'm putting chapstick on. And basically, I'll talk it out before I type it because that'll help me keep it kind of like cohesive. So her father was a hunter and her mother was from Dale and she was a scholar, and she was kind of on this like quest to study the trees of Middle Earth at large. And she traveled through Mirkwood, and she traveled through the Trollshaws, and she eventually made her way to Breland. And she had hired Rushlight and his I don't want to say cabal of hunters, but he had a hunting party that he was like responsible for, and he was kind of the leader of. And she hired them to escort her through the Chetwood and through the Wildwood and through the Old Forest, but they fell in love. So instead of continuing on her quest to study trees, she remained in Bree with him, and they started a family. And Ivarentha was born. But her mother, Ima, sorry, I'm typing. Her mother, Ima, sadly passed away when she was young, and that left her father to raise her as best he knew how, so he raised her as a hunter. And eventually, he was mauled by a bear trying to protect younger members of the hunting party. And once he was no longer around, the hunting party kind of dispersed, and that left her by herself. And she kind of decided just to go it alone because that was a little bit easier for her. And theoretically, I don't think this is the Middle Earth that truly exists for the purpose of Lotro, but some of the lore I had for the character was that she was kind of not exactly looked down upon, but it was hard for her to be accepted into a different hunting party or join up with any groups because of who she was. So, and that was a big part of the reason why she went it alone. Sorry, sometimes my brain stalls because I get nervous talking about these things because they're so special to me, and it feels like bearing a part of your soul in a way. Like this is an intimate look into the workings of my brain. It's also, I don't know why it's 1,000 degrees in my room. I'm turning the fan on because I'm hot. I guess I'm getting like nervous, sweaty, and that's making me feel hot, but basically she was a lone wolf, a lone hunter. And I'm going to type all this out in a second. Actually, I'm going to type it out now because the last bit is important to the quote present day of her lore and her story. Oh, an important part too was that she kind of has to live up to her father's name because he was not just a hunter, he was like a great sort of like hero in Breland as a hunter. And so she has to live up to that, and that kind of makes it hard for her to really make acquaintances and friends, which leads into the lone wolf loner type. So as we get to like the present day of her lore, leading into the story of like entering the game, the thought that I had for why she was abducted by the Black Wolves, which is where all human characters start, unless you start them before the Shadow, was that because she was this skilled hunter with a father with a reputation that preceded him as a skilled hunter and a protector in Breland, the Black Wolves wanted to use her knowledge of like the Chetwood and of Bree's defenses to mount their offensive efforts against Bree. But she refused, and then she was rescued. And that's where we start when we enter the game. But let me finish typing out her lore. As we get into that. Let me fix it. Goodness. Let me put that away. It looks so much longer on Discord than it did on my little notepad. And my little index profile is not complete, obviously. I'm gonna post it anyway. It's gonna get edited over time regardless. Ooh, I would love to crop that. I would love to crop that. Please let me crop it. That's the first thing I'm gonna fix. Marine shots. There we go. I just want to crop it. Why is it making it so hard? Edit with photos, I guess. Ugh. How do I add an attachment? Cancel. Oh, I love that it won't let me do that. Let me just... T. Had the fan on for 2 seconds and now I'm cold. There we go. All right. Give me 1 second before I hop into Middle Earth at almost 2 hours before we actually play the game. Man, I'm gonna have to figure something out about my bit rate, because why does it keep going up to 10,000? That's wild. We are 1/150th of the way to level 150. They're raising the level cap later this year to 160. That's wild. I think that's the level cap in Wizard 101 too. Actual insanity. You're right. They are just copying Wizard 101. I used to play Wizard 101. What did I say? Did I say Wizard 101? I feel like I just said 01. I don't know what I said, but I used to play Wizard 101 on my YouTube channel. I love it. I've actually played on and off. I have played Wizard 101 for about 18 years. Give or take some long times off. I don't think I've touched it in a few months now, and there were probably some times that I was not playing it for years, but it's a great little game. I'm trying to think. I really want to sell it because it is a great little game. It does get to a certain point where if you're gonna play, you really want to make friends or get other friends to play it, because there is a certain point where it starts to become a little bit grueling to solo through. But it's a lot of fun. I really like the spell system, and I really enjoy learning about the world because it's a completely original lore that the game has. Like, it's not based on something else. It's its own world. And it actually has a spin-off called Pirate 101 that has more traditional turn-based, like, D&D style combat. And it's a lot of fun to see how the two worlds connect, and you visit some of the same places in Pirate 101 that you visit in Wizard 101. It is kind of funny to look back on Wizard 101 and Pirate 101 as an adult and be like, oh, that's a child pirate. That child is doing pirate things. And also, canonically in Wizard 101, you're 12. The player character is 12, and they've been abducted from Earth to another dimension to fight a wizard war. And on the first day that you get there, the headmaster's like, I think that practical experience would suit you more than lectures. He literally sends you out to fight things, and that's your magical education. It's crazy. It's a crazy take, but it's so true. But it's a lot of fun if you get past the fact that you're 12 and everybody's threatening to kill you. All of the bad guys are like, they have these horrible lines about the the way they're gonna kill you, and I'm like, dog, you're fighting a child. I also think it's funny that all of the other student wizards that you meet are allegedly like from other worlds in the spiral, but the other worlds in the spiral don't have human populations. And yet I feel like some of these human wizard students have been lied to several times, either about where they're from, or probably, I bet you anything, they're like all previous abductees and it like didn't work out. This is my Wizard 101 theory. All of the other human students are other attempts at Headmaster Ambrose getting like a hero of the spiral, but they like couldn't hack it. So he gave them these memories of growing up in the spiral so they would think it was normal instead of just sending them home. Because tell me how Penny Dreadful is from Marleybone. They're dogs. And she's not. Also, Now that I think about it, in Pirate 101, the player character is supposed to be from one of the worlds in the spiral, but none of the worlds in the spiral have human populations except for Skull Island. Skull Island is the only one that has a human population, and it's actually only one person. Oh no, the lore is falling apart. Okay. Let me snooze the ads for a bit because I'm about to hop in. And I don't want them to come up immediately as I hop in. What if the game crashed as soon as I logged in?
A chance encounter with brigands upon the road leads to captivity. You awaken with the Ranger Strider before you. As he urges you to act quickly, you realize you have become involved in matters much greater than yourself.
Okay, so we're officially level 1 now that we've logged in. I'm gonna turn the volume up a little bit too. I have it low in the character creation just because that is so loud. Hello? Am I not allowed to edit this because it had... There it goes. Level 1. Oh, but also... we have the Of Breland title. Just getting my stuff sorted. I hate this that I can't ever seem to get it just right. I think that's as close to just right as I'm gonna get it. And then this I want to bring down a little bit. I might have to adjust that a bit more because there's the coordinates go right here. And I like to have the spacing just right. And then I put this up here because there's nothing else there. I'm gonna go into... Oh, not raid. Not raid was not what I meant to do. There we go. This is what I want. I know, Strider's yelling at me like, get out of the cell. Hi, Glor, welcome in. Can I make this a little shorter? And maybe I can make it a little longer because I'm going to cover it up with my goal tracker. And we're also going to do a sub tracker. $500 by 100. It seems so small, but I'm just gonna have to trust the process. I just went with I didn't think that through. I just went with what Twitch recommended. Now I'm afraid. Maybe I should make it 50 instead. Hold on. No, I can't change it. Oh. And I also want to add one little thing so that people know. How do I just add? There we go. Nope. Oh. Ah, stop flipping upside down. There we go. I have one more thing on the Twitch side. I'm gonna add it off. And now it's on. And, oh, okay. Already part of the way there. I maybe would like this to be on the taller side. How do we feel about that? Ah. And maybe put it down there. Is that a terrible spot? I feel like I should put it here. I feel like this is the sweet spot. And now we can get on with it.
Enough!
Hello, Thandalin. Welcome in. Oh my god, I gotta dust that ceiling fan. Thank you. Very rarely do I ever sneeze only one time. I usually sneeze twice. And if I sneeze more than twice, I know that something is up. Twice is normal. But three times the ceiling fan needs dusting. I'm gonna get a blanket. I think this blanket, I have a... Yeah, I've known, I knew a girl in high school that would sneeze about 6 times every time she sneezed. That was what was making me sneeze too, is I almost never turn that fan on because the temperature almost never calls for it. And also because I do a lot of, you know, this, so I try to stay away from too many noise things. So I never think to dust it, and then when I turn it on, it blows dust everywhere. And I already have such a sensitive little nasal passage. That's why I don't go outside.
Hurry, friend. We must test your will to fight.
I've been in here so long that the music stopped. Maybe it's just really quiet.
Well done.
Oh, I didn't read... Hang on a second. I didn't read what he said before. Let me pull it up on the wiki, because I went no thoughts had empty. I gotta start reading from now on. Y'all know me too well. I would. Don't tempt me. So, best I can garner from the wiki. What Strider said before was, "You are not the only prisoner here, friend. My fellow Amdir and I have come to rescue a hobbit, but it turns out he is not the hobbit we have been tracking. Alas, I don't have River Hobbit unlocked on this character. This escape will be dangerous for us all, for I know that a great evil lurks here. I have heard of its movements, and I can feel its presence. Do you know how to fight? You should practice with me to get a feel for that weapon, and then now we're here."
Well done. Let us press on.
"Your skill in battle is most impressive. Now listen closely. I will need your help getting out of here. When we leave this jailhouse, the real battle will begin." Okay, I'm not going to forget this time. From now on, I'm reading. I'm going to read. That's what we do here. We read.
Here is
Oh,
where
God.
we must part ways.
"Here we part for a time, Ivarantha. You should free the 2 innocent hobbits also being held captive here, Celandine Brandybuck and Mundo Sackville Baggins. I must search for signs of the Servant of Mordor and learn what I can of his connection to the Blackwolds. Omdir, my fellow ranger, is making a safe path for us. He will be waiting for us at the main gate. Free Celandine first. It is Mundo that they want alive, for they have mistaken him for someone more valuable. When you have both hobbits safe, seek Omdir near the main gate. Then we make for Archet, where we will find safely." I don't know what I thought I was saying. Not the WoW. Now, I will say the exception is I'm not gonna try to read all the stuff that's over people's heads because my brain's just too small to keep up with that. But I will try to, if it's happening too fast, I'll try to pay attention to what's going on and say it. I feel like I'm doing a lot of damage. Like, this is not usually how I advance. I've done this little intro so many times, I know exactly which moves.
Good day.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was starting to worry that this little misadventure would be the end of me. These brigands are appalling folk. My friend Mundo is nearby, I think. We must save him as well. The brigands have been saying terrible things. We'll need a distraction, and I know just what to do. Bit of flame and a place to put it. Oh, I never noticed that the sky wasn't like pitch dark during this instance. Because I always play at this kind of like this angle, so I only see the sky when we're not in like flat in crowded areas. That might be why I felt like things weren't loud enough. I had my volume turned down. It's about time. Was I expected to rescue myself? Come on, you big clodpole. Get me out of here before those ruffians return. They wanted to sell me off like a sack of potatoes. A Lotro playthrough, but this is the angle you play at the whole time? No, wait. Like this.
Back! Go back to the shadow, fallen king.
Deer's taken on a Nazgul. At least I think it's a Nazgul. I think this one's supposed to be one of the Black Riders. Because I know that there's a little bit going on now with like there's other Kargul, other wraiths in the world.
Foul spawn! You will not harm these folk.
Yeah, some of the words they use for describing the sounds that are being made are maybe not exactly the sound that's being made. Good. The hobbits are out of danger. I am glad. Do not concern yourself with me. The greatest danger has passed. The Nazgul fear those who wield fire.
I regret that I was but a moment too late, but all is not lost.
Umdir has been pierced with a Morgul blade. This does not bode well. We need to leave this place at once. Our Chet is nearby and will serve as a good resting place while Umdir recovers. Quickly, follow me.
Wounded by a Black Rider, the Ranger Umdir escaped with his charges into the wild, making his way back to the village of Archet.
There, Captain Brackenbrook, a retired sellsword, has allowed Strider and his companions to stay and take respite from their cares.
Thank goodness you're awake. That fellow Umdir seems very ill.
You're awake, Ivarantha. Thank goodness. You were exhausted after what happened last night, but that ranger got us all safe to Archet in the end. I'm terribly worried for his friend. Umdir looks so very ill. You can check on him if you like. He's just over there to the west of where I'm standing. Do you see him there across the lane? I love when they describe distance like that in Lotro, because it's like, do you see Umdir? And like, he's about 2 feet away. Yes, I see him. Also, her describing him as to the west, assuming that I'm gonna turn this way, I mean, I guess it is to the west, and I guess technically speaking, see, this is where sometimes the lore falls apart, because Ivaranthe is a hunter. She can garner direction through skills that I don't even understand. The words north, east, west, and south mean nothing to me in my day-to-day life. Anybody who tells me a direction as, like, instructions of where to go, I have no idea what you're saying. Everywhere is north to me because that is the direction I am facing. I have no concept of that, at least on like on a micro scale. I get certain things are north, east, and south and west of other places, but where I am, no clue. Absolutely no idea.
Do not trouble yourself on my account. It is only a chill.
So you are awake at last, Ivaranthe. You earned your... See, okay, I have to warn you guys. My ability to pronunciate certain words, that is the name that I made up for my character. And I am very fast and loose for how I'm going to say it. You're going to hear Ivaranthe, you're going to hear Everanthe. Those are really the only two of that one. But just be warned that I have no control. I know what word I'm saying. I have no control over the pronunciation that comes out of my mouth. Okay, sorry, that was important. So you are awake at last, Ivaranthe. You earned your rest, for you fought bravely last night. As for myself, I found no peace in slumber. The blade of the Black Rider pierced only my shoulder, though not deeply. I am chilled, but it is no matter. Thank you for your concern, but it is Strider for whom I fear. He is charged with a great task, but he tarries for my sake and for Archet's.
There are too many deeds to be done, all pressing, and none of them easy.
Umdir is right. I am torn asunder. I do not wish to leave him in this state, and Archet must be warned that the Blackwolves mean to raid the town, but I should be seeking a different Baggins right now.
Perhaps you can help, my friend. Captain Brackenbrook will not heed my warnings.
The people of Archet will be in great danger when the Blackwolves execute the plan we witnessed last night. The captain here, a man named Brackenbrook, does not like my look and will not heed my warnings. Pray, speak to him on my behalf and see if you can rouse him. Every moment I spend here is a moment in which my true charge plunges blindly nearer to unfathomable peril. The Black Rider you saw last night seeks a Baggins, and our friend Mundo is not the one.
I don't like the look of those rangers one bit.
Did you wander in here last night with those rangers? I do not like the look of those fellows one bit, but I let them stay on account of the Pale One's wounds. You say the Blackwolves mean to attack us, but I do not believe it, not without proof. Those brigands have always been about. They are an unruly lot, but not murderous. I'll not be attacking them without good reason. If you must, talk to folks around town and get their opinions. If they are on your side, I'll consider the ranger's warning.
What do you need?
If Captain Brackenbrook says we're safe, then we're safe. He's always done a fine job at protecting our village. Why would the Blackwold Wanderers suddenly attack us now?
What do you need?
I see that your friend is wounded, and I hope it was not the Blackwolves that did it to him. I truly trust Captain Brackenbrook, for he has always kept us safe since he took charge of Archet. I won't argue with the captain, but I will help the injured fellow in any way that I can.
How may I help you?
Oop.
Hello there.
You think the Blackwolves mean to attack us? Don't be absurd. They harbor no love for us, but they haven't a leader, and they fight more among themselves than they do with outsiders. They couldn't raid a squirrel nest, let alone our town. It's kind of sad coming back and actually reading these knowing what happens.
Alas for peaceful folk everywhere. It is an enormous task to convince them that evil people with evil intentions will commit evil deeds.
It seems that I cannot leave yet. Amdir needs my help, and I have pressing work to do in Archet to get these people ready for the impending storm. If you help me, perhaps I can leave before tonight.
Before you try to fight, you must learn what skills you may from the trainer.
There is much to do when you are new to this world of danger, and as long as you wish to help Archet, it is most important that you hone your skills as a hunter. I would like you to assist me, but I wish to make sure you are ready for the evil trials you will face. Well, first, we got a spec into blue, and I'm going to update my character profile to reflect that. And I like to just, for now, I'm still going to just kind of do the traits in order. But eventually I'll probably actually learn what some of them do. I know this section pretty well. This one adds to the ranged damage. Also, before I forget, I want to go ahead and put my earning on empathy, even though there's really not much opportunity to get virtue experience in the introduction area. I still don't want to forget later.
Would you do something for me?
I am here to help you become a more powerful hunter. As you gain levels, more skills will be available for you. Use the skill Penetrating Shot against a training dummy. Hunters need focus to use some of their special shots, and Penetrating Shot is such a skill. Use your quick shot ability until you have 3 focus points, and then use Penetrating Shot. That's not what I'm going to do, but thank you so much. I don't know if I'll read everything, because some things are going to be like that, where it's instructional from a meta perspective and not so much informative of the lore. But in the beginning here, I also want to make sure I know what's going on.
What can I do for you?
Well done, Ivarantha. As you grow as a hunter, you will discover there are far more powerful skills for you to unleash upon your enemies. Good luck. I don't like to dual wield just from an aesthetic point of view. There may come a time where that opinion will change. But for now, I've done pretty well even without dual wielding. Can I sell stuff to you?
What do you need?
No. Okay.
Do you feel confident in what you have learned?
Have you learned some new tricks of the hunter? I can see that you have. You seem more confident now. You are about to take on a most perilous task. If we fail, I fear that ruin will come to more towns than Archet alone. The Black Rider has brought the influence of Angmar to our very doorstep. So much is at stake this day. Are you ready to begin your adventure? Great venture. It's a great one. See, that's why I don't read, because I can't read and I skip words. Did I not ever... Let me go get my water bottle, because I was just thinking I needed some water, and I don't think I ever brought my water bottle up here. Unless I did, and it's somewhere... Hello? No, it's not up here. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's already going a little better in my head than I predicted. I used to my main experience with reading out loud. Hang on, sorry, I gotta breathe. My main experience with reading out loud was in school, and school just did not agree with me my entire life. And part of that was just that I get kind of overwhelmed and overstimulated, and there's all kinds of people around and things going on. Um, but one thing is streaming has really helped me a lot with my ability to like talk and be perceived. And a big part of that is not using a camera. I think if I had a camera, I would be a lot more nervous to this day. Yeah, I think I'm going to have a lot of fun, and it'll be really nice to enjoy the story fully, because I feel like I have a vague understanding of what I'm doing most of the time when I'm playing and I'm zooming through. But it'll be cool to get the little details and references and such.
Dear, my poor old friend. A shadow has crept over him.
The black rider that stabbed him is more fell than any creature you will meet in your travels. We have little time, and we must stretch what time we have by doing two things at once. Deer needs medicine, and quickly. Do you know of a plant called kingsfoil? It has great power to heal. You should ask Captain Brackenbrook if he knows of any that grows in these parts. Offer him assistance as well if it does not take you far out of the way. We must begin to work on him, and perhaps he will look more kindly upon you after you do him a good deed. Yeah, I think it's also gonna because I get sometimes my biggest problem when I'm playing Lotro is when I start getting into situations where the same quest giver is sending me into the same quest area over and over again. And I think a big part of why I have an issue with that is because I'm not absorbing the like narrative element of like, okay, I'm going and doing this part of the investigation and then I'm bringing the results back and then we have a new lead even though it's in the same place. And I think approaching it a little bit more as a story is going to help me not get so frustrated with it as a game. And I say that, but I've always loved Lotro, and no matter how much back and forth I do, no matter how much running around, I still have a great time. It's those little tweaks to your approach that really make any game come to life. And I have one of those brains that really needs like narrative element and a story. Like even when I play The Sims, I have to give my Sims like a whole complicated personality and backstory, and then somehow still end up playing the game like I'm grinding quests in an MMO. It's this weird dichotomy of I need it to have a story, but I also need to have succinct goals. Speaking of, let's give Jules a shout out, because she does a great stream too. Really getting into the story. I said great, but great is also an understatement. I don't think there's a word that would be good enough to describe it. But alas, an adjective must be used. All right, let's talk to Captain Brackenbrook. See, that's another thing too, is even when I'm fully confident, fully at ease, sometimes the words and sounds that come out of my mouth are not the ones I intended. And that's something that I've learned as I've gotten older to just laugh it off and just find it funny. But it used to really upset me when I would stammer or stutter, Because it's hard, especially when you're a kid and that's not something that other kids around you experience, like, popularly. It's not a trait that everyone has. It's not as rare as it seems. That's one thing, too. If anybody in the chat that struggles with stuttering or stammering, you're not alone in that. But sometimes when, like, there's a conversation happening in front of you and everybody's speaking so confidently and so sure of what they're saying, and you're, like, really nervous now because it's like, A, I'm already not sure about what I'm about to say because I'm not sure how it's going to be perceived and received and what they're going to think of me saying it. But now I'm not even sure I'm going to get the words out correctly. So it becomes kind of this, like, spiral. But and obviously, you know, everybody's different and their way to deal with it is different. And even not dealing with it is okay. But my preferred method of making it okay with me is to just laugh it off myself and find it funny. And there's somehow nothing at the same time, nothing better and yet nothing worse than you being worried about something and it turning out okay. Because you start going, well, I spent all that time agonizing, and now I'm not going to get that time of my life back. But I personally, I have kind of the worst brand of luck, so I got to live my whole life preparing for the worst. Because anytime, I'm the kind of person, and this is my place in the universe and my kind of luck, if I don't bring a jacket, it will be cold. If I bring the jacket, it's not going to be cold. And it applies to everything. If I go on a vacation and I don't pack a bathing suit, an opportunity will arise that I could have gone swimming, but I can't because I don't have a bathing suit. And so I just bring a bathing suit every time. And I never go swimming, but I could, and that's the important thing. It's like bringing an umbrella too. If I bring my umbrella, it doesn't rain. If I don't bring the umbrella, it does. And that is I've had people tell me, it's like, you're being really weird about that. I don't think you should think about your place in the universe like that, but it's without fail. This is not me being paranoid. This is statistic that has added up to fact. See, and just an example for today. The one day that I actually chose to drink water on my own without someone redeeming a hydrate, I didn't have my water bottle ready. I know. I've reached a really good place. I think what it is I've reached this really good place with my confidence and self-esteem where I'm very assured in who I am. But I still have that kind of open wound of years of being very sensitive about it. So it's like, on the one hand, I have so many things I could describe about all the anxiety struggles that I've dealt with. And it would sound, I think if I were to talk about it earnestly, it would sound like I might need help. But the good thing is I've done the self-work and I'm okay now. But it's that funny dichotomy of, like, any second we could backslide, but we probably won't. The last thing that I struggle with, and I think this is maybe more of a health and age thing than a personality thing, I have no body temperature control. And I'm so sensitive to it. I cannot be hot and I cannot be cold. I must be perfectly comfortable or I can't think. And that's why I'm like turning the fan on and off. When it gets too cold, I gotta turn it off. And then I start getting hot again. Anyway, Lotro.
Ugh, I don't like the look of those rangers one bit.
Kingsfoil, eh? 'Tis a nice leafy plant that grows around Bronway's Folly, a ruin south of here. Help yourself to as much as you'd like. We've no use for it. And as for your offer of assistance, I will take you up on it. We are always in need of able hands, and you might as well earn your keep while you stay with us. My best man, Calder Cobb, is having trouble with wolves of late. Perhaps you could help him on your way to do your gardening job for the ranger. Ooh, that's such a jab, your gardening job. You're gonna go pick some weeds. We feed that to the pigs. The idea of one of the dwarves, and I forget which one it is at this point, but it was in the Desolation of Smaug, and he goes and he pulls the king's foil out of the pig's mouth. Like, why didn't you go into the bin where it was being fed to the pigs from? Why did you have to pick it from the pig's mouth? That lives rent-free in my head.
Well, well, if it isn't the rumor monger.
I've heard all about you, Ivarantha. As you can see for yourself, there aren't no brigands causing problems. It's the wolves that threaten us lately. They seem to have gathered around Bronway's Folly, especially about the top of the ruins. Brackenbrook sent you to assist me, and assist me you shall. I would like you to look into this wolf problem we are having. One problem I have with reading out loud too, and I'm starting to struggle with it today, I have a very sensitive nose, and more often than not, I'm a little bit congested. And I get this problem at like the back of where my nasal passage meets like my windpipe and my esophagus and stuff at the back of the throat, where I have trouble swallowing. And when you're talking a lot, you produce a lot of saliva, and a lot of it you just have to swallow. And so that's why I get a little tongue-tied sometimes, because I can't breathe. But I'm gonna try to take it easy and not read out loud too fast. And I think that'll circumvent the worst of it. Yeah, we just gotta do what we gotta do. For the longest time, I would see people say, Lotro's a marathon, not a race. Take your time. And it never sunk in. Oop. Thank goodness for that Wavelink update, because now when I accidentally punch my microphone, y'all don't have to hear it. And it's no... I feel like I've spent today listing all the things that are wrong with me, but another thing that is wrong with me is that I have terrible depth perception. So I'll go to reach to adjust something on my microphone and I'll just punch it. Because I think that my hand is going to one spot and it's going to another. I do that with a lot of other things too. Sometimes when I put my glasses on, I accidentally punch myself in the face. Not hard. That's maybe not but like sometimes I, poke myself in the eye with the whatever that, I don't know what the side of the glasses is called. The arm, the limb. I feel like it's called something like that. But it's the part that goes over your ears. I've also been known to spend large amounts of time looking for my glasses, only to ask someone if they've seen them, and it turns out they were on my face the whole time. That's always a good one. One time I was on the phone with someone, talking to them about how I couldn't find my phone. Just girly things. I'm just a girl. I have this really funny semi-eidetic memory, though. Maybe that's not the right one. Semi-photogenic memory. Photographic. Photogenic. I don't know what I'm saying. Oh no. I hope your power comes back soon, robot. I know sometimes when there's storms going on, the power goes out and on and out and on. I hope it's not one of those things where it's like out for a long time, because that's always the worst. Oof. Yeah, I've got big... Oh, generator is good. I feel like I should probably invest in a generator. But I don't want one that runs on gas is the problem. I've got winds here, but no rain yet. The rain's supposed to be overnight. And then, like, for the next 3 days straight. Well, they make these generators that are, like, its own self-sustaining battery. No, I'm not an engineer and I don't understand the science, but I've heard and researched a bit into generators that are I mean, it seems silly to have one that's electric, all things considered, but it's a battery. I just, considering the only place that it could really go is the garage, and because there are vehicles in the garage, I don't want another thing that has gas in the garage. Like, I wouldn't even want to put a propane tank in there for the grill. It just, but I guess there's 2 cars, so it's like, what does it matter? It's just, sometimes things just don't make sense. But it's how I feel. Let me see if I can... Battery operated generator. I guess those aren't really meant to power like a home, though. So that, I guess, is where the idea falls apart. Because they have portable power stations. And they have solar power stations, but that's not going to help anybody if there's a storm. I don't think these are... Oh, you're right. I should talk to Calder Cobb. It's kind of sad to me. I don't want to give spoilers for anyone who's getting invested in the story that hasn't seen it before, but it's kind of sad seeing Dirk Mudbrick and Walt Wheatley and the other guy that I don't even know his name. Nate Whisperwood, that's his name.
Impossible! A weakling like you defeated the Wolf
They'll be
Master?
fine, probably. How is it that you stand before me? I would kill you myself if that fool Dirk Mudbrick weren't watching. No matter, I do not fear exposure. Brackenbrook will never believe you. He thinks I have served him loyally since I was a lad, the old fool. Tell Brackenbrook whatever you like, but Archet will fall, and I'll make out with more gold than you can fathom. And you will die with the rest if you do not make yourself scarce before tonight. Oh my goodness. The whole town That's crazy. Y'all must be like the epicenter of this storm. Now I have to look at my weather app because that sounds gnarly. Ooh, well, that doesn't look good. Oh, it's so funny. I live in a smaller area of a larger city, and I'm looking at the map, and the city that I live close to seems like it's gonna get a lot of the weather, but my specific area is like just outside of the storm map. Oh, I know. Blizzards are the worst. I don't know if I've had an actual blizzard since I've lived here, but I've been snowed in at least twice. And it snowed twice this winter. And one of the times that it snowed, I went and shoveled a little path up the driveway with a broom and a dustpan that I accidentally broke because it was too cold. Just a little path, just like maybe like 8 inches wide, just enough for someone to walk up from the road to the porch and drop off sushi from DoorDash. Because that was the only motivation I was gonna have to shovel any part of the driveway. But it actually wasn't terrible. If we had a snow shovel, I would probably do the whole thing. The worst part was that it was cold. It wasn't that hard of work. I mean, it was hard work, but it was doable for me, and I'm not the most active or productive person. Oh, but I did get to level 3. I almost forgot about that. Just 147 to go. I need to... The next time my pending loot comes up, I need to move it over here. I don't think it's one of these. Because I don't like to have it in the middle of the screen. Well, the only thing is that I have limited bag space, so I destroy some of the loot in the pending loot box. Oh, I'm sorry, Scriftboy. I thought I said hi earlier. Welcome in.
Calder Cobb is a traitor. Danger has found you earlier than I predicted.
It sounds like Calder Cobb had it in for you before you even arrived. How did he know of you if he was at his post? And how did that Blackbolt know you were coming? Thank you for the risk you took to deliver the King's foil. I will think upon this riddle while I prepare a salve for Amdir.
I cannot decide which is more dangerous right now. Calder Cobb's treachery, or the ignorance of Captain Brackenbrook.
If Calder Cobb is his best soldier, I know Brackenbrook will not believe that he tried to have you ambushed by a Blackbolt. I did some asking around while you were gone, and there's a Blackbolt brigand in the stocks across the lane from here. He's being held for highway robbery. You should question him about Calder Cobb. Okay. I feel like I missed something, but maybe I didn't.
Oi, you there! Let me go! Calder Cobb can vouch for me!
Otto quiets down as you tell him you know of Caldercobb's treachery. So you think you know the plan? Don't be smug. It's too late. By now the gears of war be turning down in the south. And quick. Soon I'll be free, and you'll be the one in shackles. Or worse. Yeah, anybody in the storm areas in the, like, Midwest and the South, stay safe.
How can I be of service?
It is good to make your acquaintance. I noticed you were questioning Otto. Does that mean that his mutterings have been truthful? Yes, I do believe what you have come to Archet to tell. It is unprecedented, but all signs are showing that the Blackwolves mean to attack us. How is it that they have the means? If Brackenbrook does not believe you, you may tell him that I do for what it's worth. I'm going to move this right here because I feel like I'm looking really far to the edge of the screen to read that.
How can you say this? Calder Cobb has been loyal to me since he was a boy.
He pretty much said what that said.
I suppose it would be wise to investigate your claim.
Does Ned speak true of his prisoner? If so, we would be wise to investigate Otto's threat of trouble in the south. I'll not question Calder Cobb's lifetime of loyalty if there is no truth to back it up. But if you and Ned are right in your suspicion, this will be a very bad situation for us. Cal Sprigley's farm is to the south of here, near the gate to the town of Combe. If aught is going on, he'll know.
Dear looks so changed since last night.
I almost feel like he's not but a shadow when I look at him, like he isn't really there. How it makes me shiver. I saw Strider make a salve of kingsfoil for his wound, but my Gammer always used a different remedy when a young Brandybuck would get a nasty splinter. Sweet bilberry tea. Oh, I knew that she asked me to go get the tea, but that's actually really sweet. I smelled bilberries by the water to the east of here as we passed in the night, which means they're in season. I would dearly like to make a tea for poor Deer.
Hey, you there! I'm hungry!
I haven't eaten since some woman gave me a bit of bread and jam for breakfast this morning. Such fare is hardly meant to feed a rabbit, let alone a full-grown hobbit like me. If you get me proper food, I will reward you handsomely. I want something hearty and delicious. You know what's funny? Kellandine in the second quest that she gives you after the one she just gave me, she has fried mushrooms. Where'd she get those? Why didn't he ask her for food? What's he gonna do with this boar meat? He doesn't have any cookware. He doesn't have any seasonings. He doesn't even have a fire. Is he gonna take that into the inn and be like, can I cook this meat on your fire? Is he gonna eat it raw? Sometimes you just gotta double check that you used your spec point. Confirmed. Mundo's an alien. Thank you for lurking, Way. Way? Blore. I guess I'm calling you Way now. My brain said if you're gonna pick one syllable, you pick the one that you got wrong at first. Oh, I keep forgetting. The next time I get loot, I need to move the pending loot box. Goodness gracious. I have the attention span of a gnat. Okay, come here. Let me see really quick where it's gonna be. I don't know if I like it there, but I think I'm just gonna have to accept it there. I could put it here. Do I like that better? No, because then it's gonna be in the way of those. Okay, I think I like the way I've arranged this now.
A stranger, eh? You're the best thing that's happened to us all day.
He also basically said the thing that's there.
Our best hope is to get help from Combe, our neighbors. They will not let our Chet fall to brigands.
I'm glad you're here. Some Blackwolves tried to attack us this morning, but we drove them off. We must get help from Combe, the next town over. It's southwest of here and not more than a short journey away. They must bring their soldiers to our Chet at once to help stave off the raid. Please make haste. I fear the Blackwolves mean to attack tonight. The road here is crawling with brigands, but I pray you can make it safe to Combe.
Stay a moment.
Oh, this one's gonna break my heart. Oh my god. Nvidia, thank you for the raid. 22 people. Oh my goodness. Let me get you a shout out. What were you guys playing? Were you playing Lotro? I hope you had a great stream, and thank you so much for the raid. Now, you are, of course, welcome to stay and hang out, but also if you need to go take care of yourself, please do. But what were you guys doing? Did everybody have fun? Oh, Moria, that's so much fun. I've never gotten that far, but that's really exciting, and I hope you're enjoying it. And thank you so much again, and welcome everybody in. Four years, yep. You know, I've been playing for a decade, and I've still never made it that far. But congratulations and thank you so much. And welcome in, everyone. I am recently actually starting over. We had some rough patches on the channel, a little bit of burnout that I struggled with, but it has a good ending because here we are starting anew, and I'm really excited, and I've changed my approach to the game and to streaming a little bit. I'm becoming very, very focused on you know, everybody says that Lotro is a marathon, not a race, and that never really clicked with me because I was like, I want to go fast, I want to mow things down, I want to just advance. I love leveling. Reaching a new level is so much fun for me, but I know it's not sustainable for me to zoom to level 20 and then not play the game for 2 months and then make a new character to zoom to level 20 again. I mean, that can be fun to do every once in a while, but it's not sustainable for enjoying the game at large, and it's also not sustainable especially for me doing content. So I really wanted to find a very great middle ground between me approaching the game in a way that I would enjoy and a way that y'all would get to enjoy. I'm level 3 still, Robot. I need a little bit more experience before level 20. Another thing I'm doing now that I didn't used to do before is I'm taking my time and actually reading the quests, and I'm reading them out loud if that's something everyone will enjoy. And I'm actually learning a little bit more of the narrative, because I've always kind of vaguely understood the story, and obviously I'm familiar with the story of the Lord of the Rings, but I've never gotten into the nitty-gritty of the exact lore of each character that you talk to and the way that the narrative's actually playing out in front of you. I've just kind of, all right, give me my quest goals, I'm off to the next area. And I'm already really enjoying it. So we've got a new quest here, and unfortunately this one's kind of a sad one. My dad and the other farmhands, they gave chase to the brigands after the attack on our farm. I don't think the brigands expected us to put up such a fight after they surprised us. There weren't many of them, but I never saw them act so bold before today. Only problem is, they ain't back yet. They ran off to the east, chasing the brigands into the woods. It was hours ago, though, and I'm very worried. Could you go look for them and bring them back safe? Daniel Hooglin, thank you for the follow. And in case you missed that, that was thank you for the follow, except I got tongue-tied in the middle. No cloaks. No capes. I'm gonna turn the hat off too for now. The reason I haven't, I'm saving the last boar for Old Blood Tusk. He's special and I want to get him. And Mavidia, thank you for the follow as well. And thank you again for the raid. I hope you had a great stream and I hope you have a great day. And I really appreciate anyone who wants to hang out. But also, please take care of yourself if you were alive for a while. And even if you weren't, take care of yourself either way. Aha, there we go. Level 4. Cuppy is such a cute name for a dog. That's adorable. It was nice meeting you too, Mavidia. I hope you have a wonderful evening. So I am officially level 4. We're going to use this spec point. I'm going to update on Discord. At some point, this won't be like every 5 minutes thing that I'm updating the Discord. It's just that while we're leveling now, it becomes important. Okay. I would love to not have to fight too many things over here. Because once I get to level 5, our approach changes a little bit. Because I have a lot of goals for level 5 specifically. Alas, we have found the first of the farmhands, and it is Will's father, Walt. I'm surrounded by black wolves. This is their hideout, so I shouldn't act surprised. But I think I can stay away from them on this side of the river and still get all the quest goals done. It was just that one. Oh, there's somebody else here. Tee-hee. Here is Bill Hayspear. I see, here's one thing. Sometimes when you think about things a little bit too long, I don't think I should have picked berries off of that bush that is 4 feet away from Bill Hayspear's body. But I already did. There's some quests like that later too, where there's stuff happening in the water, and then you're interacting with the water like it's perfectly clean. I know, I very much, as a gamer and as an MMO player, I used to be very anti-side quest. I never wanted to do side quests in any game. Never wanted to do them in Wizard 101. And never wanted to do them in DC Universe Online. I still don't really like to do them in Star Wars The Old Republic. But Star Wars The Old Republic makes them a little bit easier by having them also have cutscenes. So it's kind of like a little mini story in its own. And I used to never, ever, ever do Lotro side quests either, but I've come to really enjoy them. And I think I'm really going to enjoy actually reading them and understanding them from a narrative point of view. I'm getting all the... I know I sound like a broken record. I can only hold so many thoughts in my head, and once I have one, I just repeat it over and over again. But I want the lore and the references. Oh, no, it cannot be. My poor father and the others, no, it cannot be. It cannot. Will is silent for a moment, his eyes closed, but after a great pause he is roused. I will have my revenge upon those black wolves, or I will die trying. Oof. Our Chet will never fall to such murderous fiends. Man. Remember when I said it was going to be fun to learn all the lore? You guys are going to see in a little while why that one's maybe not as fun. I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because it's sad. Sometimes I really get those moments. I was playing Genshin Impact last February and I finished Liyue finally, and then haven't touched the game since. I was about to burst into tears live on stream watching the final scene of that particular area in the game. And I was about to start blubbering about how much I loved that game. And then now I haven't played it since then. I have a love-hate relationship with Genshin. But I definitely get into moments on stream, especially when there's like stories going on where I get really emotional. I never used to get so emotional about I like fiction and I like the stories that I like. But I never used to aren't they supposed to say stuff? Do they not say stuff anymore? Ah, see. Yeah, they like start threatening you. And they all like take a turn to say it. It's kind of the funniest thing. I never used to get so emotional about like shows and movies and stories. But in more recent times, I like can't watch even things I've seen before. I get so emotional. I was binge watching the first season of Once Upon a Time the other day. And there were so many episodes where I would like start tearing up. And then as soon as the curse breaks, I'm over it. I'm like, bye. That's the whole show for me. I don't think it's not. Well, that actually, I was about to lie through my teeth. I do think it's not as good after season 1. It's still good for like seasons 2 and 3. They don't live up to how great season 1 was. And I prefer the shows where season 1 is not as strong and then season 2 is fabulous. Because even if they jump the shark later, they had that strong beginning from more than one season. Like Suits, season 1 is good. Season 2 is great. I'm trying to think if I have another show that's a good example of that. I right now I can only think of other shows that are the bad example where like Riverdale, season 1 of Riverdale, you like had to be there, man. That was the best show ever for just for season 1. And then immediately in season 2, it's like, where am I? I really love Suits too. I haven't watched the spin-off yet. I kind of want to like watch the whole season when it's done, because that's my experience with Suits. I didn't watch Suits when it was on, but in recent years I watched the whole thing from start to finish. And obviously there are some story arcs in it that are stronger than others, and near the end it does kind of start to feel like it's not the same show anymore. But I still think it's one that's worth watching from start to end. And I really enjoyed it.
This cannot be. I must write to Brackenbrook at once.
My men traveled to Tacoma only yesterday for a delivery. That is bad news. The captain must be informed of what's going on at once. Here is a note for Brackenbrook. He knows my scrawl. He will believe you now. I was the other day years old when I found out that if you read a note, sometimes when you get one of these notes, the quest goal will stay at the place where... Did I not get enough? I need to go get more bilberries before I go back. I thought I got enough. But sometimes the quest goal will stay when you get a note to bring back to someone, but if you read it, it'll go away and you'll only have this quest goal. So here's what the note says. Dear Captain Brackenbrook, my farm was attacked by black wolves this morning. They are organized and they are armed. I and a few of my men managed to stave them off, but something dark is stirring in a way I have never seen. They have cut off the road to Combe. We can't get out and no help can come in. Please make yourself ready for all-out war. These are not the ruffians we know. Okay, let's go get one more bilberry, one more handful. I don't know. What's the amount that she didn't give me an amount. She just said collect bilberries and then the quest said 4. Is that 4 berries? I can't get 4 berries from one bush? I thought... I've definitely gotten all of them without going across the river again. And I don't want to go across the river again. But I guess maybe I have to. Okay, instead of normally I really like to follow the path. But especially because I'm going to be reading now, I think I can make exceptions sometimes of not following the path. This is the path. The path was right here. I just normally would have gone back to Sprigley and all the way around, but maybe this worked out for the best. Oh, Celtic Uggs, thank you for lurking. It's been a while. It's good to see you. But thank you for hanging out. Yeah, I hope you have a good night. Thank you for the follow, Daniel.
This will do nicely. It gives me something to munch on for a bit, at least.
Hooray, you brought me pork, or bacon, or perhaps sausage. Oh, it doesn't matter. I can make a little of each. No, you can't. There's no way he's gonna, in this town, when he has no supplies, that he's gonna turn that into sausage. Hello? This will give me something to munch on for a bit. Hopefully this provender will last me until I can go back home. I guess maybe some way, somehow, he's gonna find a way to prepare it into longer stores of food than just right now. Why didn't he just eat that chicken? The chicken's right there, dude.
Lovely. This is sure to cheer on dear right up.
Well done. You've found more than enough for a good strong tea. Give me a moment, and I will steep the berries in some boiling water. See, she had fried mushrooms the whole time. Miss Ma'am, share with your friend. I guess maybe they don't probably like each other that much. This is +3 agility for a duration 20 minutes. Okay. I'm gonna start using food too. I never use food. Let me lock some of this stuff in here.
This tea will help Omdir feel better. I just know it.
Doesn't the bilberry tea smell delightful? It still reminds me of my gammer, who made this for me when I was under the weather, even though my gammer is long gone. Oof, right in the feels. You were such a dear to collect those wild berries for me, so I shan't be taking all the credit. Why don't you bring this nice brew to Omdir so he can thank you himself? You make sure he drinks it all up.
What have I done?
As Brackenbrook reads the letter from Cal Sprigley, his face is blank. He reads it a second time, and only then does he look at you. I have been a fool.
You cannot fathom just how wrong I have been.
Every once in a while, there's lines like that where I'm like, yeah, I can fathom how wrong you've been. I'm the one who told you you've been wrong. I know what's up. I'm not new here. I mean, I am new here. But me being new here is what led to the realization. I have trusted Caldercobb and heeded his advice for a long time, even after my own son tried to warn me of his duplicity. 1 second before I continue, I need a hair tie. I'm so sorry, but I can't take it anymore. I don't like to tie my hair up when it's freshly washed. But it's also getting to be that time of year where I cannot stand to have it on my neck and over my ears. Because I feel like there are certain spots on your body that really control how you perceive temperature. And for me, it's my ears and like the sides of my neck and my arms. As long as my arms are good, it doesn't matter. Like, I can wear a jacket and shorts and not be cold. But it doesn't matter if I'm wearing pants if I don't have a jacket on. You know? It's a little weird. Anyway, my son John is a worthy hunter, but he has not set foot in this town for over 3 years. Sorry, let me start again where I'm not standing up. My son John is a worthy hunter, but he has not set foot in this town for over 3 years. He will never forgive me for the things I said to him. Oh, what a fool I am. I told him he was not welcome in Archet until he stopped behaving like a jealous child. Now he and his hunters are our only hope. But what can I do? He does not deserve to be dragged deeper into my folly. Nay, Archet must withstand this storm without help. Man, I've spent a long time roasting the storyline in Archet. Mostly roasting Captain Brackenbrook. Because I always interpreted it as he was being stubborn. Like, I'm not going to ask my son for help. But I realized he realized he was wrong and he didn't want John to get hurt. Remember when I was talking about how I would start tearing up at stories now? That got me. That got me good. Oh, did somebody wave to me? Wait. Yeah, they were out of there. Oh, okay. I'll try to wave to people when I can. I'm always forgetful of emotes, and I think part of it is because my brain thinks that the only way to use an emote is the drop-down menu, and I have not gotten on top of using commands to do it. So I always go looking for them. For some reason, my brain thinks that easier, but it's not.
You have done well.
Indeed, better than I could have done. You earned Captain Brian Bookstrap. You must appeal to his son John against his wishes. I must leave soon, and Archet will need all the help it can get, even if a father's pride is at stake. But see, even Aragorn, like Strider is saying, even if his pride is at stake, that's not what he said. He didn't say it was his pride. He's worried about his boy. Trapped in Captain. I am confident you will be able to bring the hunters in and give this town a fighting chance. In the meantime, I must make haste. Amdir assures me he just needs rest.
I thank you, but I have not the stomach to drink this now.
Does that tea smell of bilberries? That was very sweet of Callandine, and very good of you to fetch her the makings. I am all the sorrier, for I cannot drink this now. I do not feel well enough. I will pretend to drink it. You must tell Callandine I enjoyed her tea. Please do not let her know that her kindness was wasted on me.
Did my tea perk him up? I knew it would.
Bilberry tea always fixes me right up, and I know it would be especially sweet if it came from both of us. I know Amdir will be back on his feet soon. He is so brave. Man, Archie's actually really sad. I want to go home. We have arrived at the Archet Hunting Lodge. Yeah, here's Nate Whisperwood.
I presume you're here to bring me ill news from town.
I have been watching from the bounds. The skies have turned dark and fell, and there is a shadow of unrest over all of Archet, over men and beasts and trees alike. Robot, what did you just do? I knew I should have made it 50. I made it too easy. Robot, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Oh, Ginger and Gondo got one. I appreciate that very, very much. I Hi, Friendly Nude. This is a new tune. I've actually started a completely new account. And everything's very fresh, and I wanted to make things like everything that I accomplish on this character is accomplished by this character. It's nice to see you, Ginger. And it's nice to see you, Friendly Nude. And I'm glad to everyone else who is here. Thank you very much. And thank you again, Robot, for the gifted subs. Also on Glamdring still with the new character. I thought about moving to Peregrine because I'm being kind of immersive with it, but ultimately I know a lot of other streamers are playing on Glamdring, and also a lot of my viewers are playing on Glamdring, so I wanted to have the option to play with other people when the time comes. I was gonna do something, but now I don't know what. Oh, I need to update the goal. I feel like if I make it 50, that's too easy, but I feel like if I make it more... I'm not falling for it, Sonic. Sonic said make it 45. Watching those two. That noise scared me for a second because it's the same noise of when the hype train started and the first subs were gifted. So I was like, oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. You guys, I appreciate you so much. Big shout out to Sonic, Robot, and Brewster, because out of those 40 subs, I'm pretty sure a good 20 to 25 of them are Sonic, Brewster, and Robot gifting them. And I appreciate you guys so much. Oh my goodness. I will not cry. We will not have a repeat of the walk to Mordor. Except maybe we could. The fun parts, not the crying parts. Even though they're good tears, I still don't want to cry. Let me finish this quest.
Calder Cobb has shown his true colors at last.
I knew him to be evil-hearted, but my father is too trusting. He does not like to think ill of people. That doesn't sound true. Pretty sure he was thinking ill of Omdir and Strider the whole time. His blindness wounded me, but he is a good man. So to answer your question, yes, I will come to Archit's aid, I and my fellows. I am a hunter and a skilled warrior, trained by my father and captain, and I would rather die than sit idly by while foul brigands crash upon a decent peoples. Let us see what there is to see before the storm is upon us. While I gather my warriors and my weapons, you should sneak into the Blackwold's roost and uncover their plan of attack for tonight. It's kind of cool to think that some of the... I've never caught on before, but some of the language that's used in the what the characters are saying in the quests are then other quests' titles. Before you go, I wanted to make you an offer. What we have learned about the Blackwold unnerves me. Well, I haven't done that yet. I am concerned that if we do not move swiftly enough, the danger we face could multiply. We would best be served if you had a steed to call upon, and I am willing to offer you one if you wish. Very good. Let me get you started. It's our first 10 Lotro points on this account. And then this is the information about purchasing the quest, and it's kind of like a tutorial. I want to see the emotes. Oh, I got the cat one too. Choo choo. That emote is so cute. This quest is kind of funny because it's like a little tutorial for the store. So they give you the 10 points for free, and then they have you come buy the second part of the quest. But it's kind of cool because it gives you your first steed, and I will. Little is kind of slow, but he's still good. Yeah, I got the kitty. Excellent news. Accept this mount. It will carry you to and from battle, but it is not. But it is not fit for riding. Could you imagine Little in a fight? Okay, there's something I want to do now that I have Little. Just very briefly. I mean, I don't need to screenshot it. But I have a Stream Deck, and on my Stream Deck, I have some of the hotkey controls programmed. And I did that to make crafting a little bit more interesting. And also to make the chicken run a little bit more interesting. There's something wrong. So we're gonna hop on Little. And we're gonna go into first person. The update broke it again. I'm gonna scream. I forgot that the game updated again today. I hate it here. Okay. Well, there goes that. You're right. I could always quit. I'm gonna have to reprogram it another time when it actually matters. I do actually want to use it. So I have the directional keys and then the hotkeys for certain crafting actions. Programmed. Or I did, but I'll have to do it another time. It never works on the day of the update for some... Ooh. I got a new mouse pad and it's not as big as the other one, but it's really cute. It has a frog with a knife and it says, "I have had about enough." I love it. But I don't like watching Little move in slow motion. See, this does not... This feels a lot slower than this to me. And I don't enjoy the fact that Little's like moves like a regular mount, but just more exaggerated movements. There's something about that that irks me. So while we're using Little, we're gonna be in first person. And I know that there was a shorter way to get to the Black Wolf's Roost from the hunting lodge, but I really like following the path. It tickles my brain in the good way. Also, there's a hunter skill called Find the Path. I don't think that's a coincidence. Okay. This is the first time that I've done this intro in a while that there weren't several people ahead of me killing all the brigands out here, so I had to go all the way inside to get any. What do you mean not in line of sight? Ah! Shoot, I didn't mean to get the wolf, but it's fine. Okay. Level 5. More ranged damage. And we've got the Wary title, which is the first of the titles you get for not being defeated. Let me update that on the Discord profile. So the next goal I have for level 5, I wrote down the gift packs that you get because I always forget to open them. So I was like, let me put them on the checklist so that I have proof, like, hey, I opened it. The letter inside the satchel tells that the Black Wolf means to attack tonight with the help of Angmar. I feel like we already knew that, and I kind of feel like he wanted more details, but whatever. So the goal for right now is to finish up the introduction. And there's just a little bit left. I'll probably get to level 6 doing that because I've mentioned a couple times today. I would really prefer to not use the tortoise stone until, with the tortoise stone, for anyone who doesn't know, is the XP disabler. So it stops you from receiving experience for doing quests and for fighting things and killing things. But I believe you still get crafting experience and like other forms of experience. The language for me is unclear. When I say you still get crafting experience, there's 2 types of experience that you get from crafting. You get the crafting specific experience, which helps move your crafting profession skills along, but you also get regular game advancement experience. And I don't think the tortoise stone stops you from getting the game experience from crafting, because it doesn't say it does. And I feel like if it did, it should say. I feel very strongly about that in a lot of instances. Like, I don't like when an item on a food menu doesn't list everything it has in it, because I need to know. I'm a picky eater. I gotta know if there's onions. If there's onions and it doesn't say there's onions, I'm gonna be mad. What if I add Cord on Discord right now and ask if the tortoise stone locks crafting XP? While everybody's still dealing with the transfers and they're opening housing, that's the question I asked.
Good work, my friend.
This will be a great boon to Archet. Now we will be able to counter their efforts with the proper strategy.
I believe there is hope for us yet. We only need a strategy.
Oh, I almost just clicked accepted left. What an excellent find. These folk from Angmar sound like evil foes, but at least we know what we are up against. The plans also show a map that points to the Old East path. which is just near here. We all avoid that path, save for Atli Spiderbane, a visitor from east of the Misty Mountains. Speak with Atli and learn what he can tell you about the path. We can use the path to our advantage if we manage to successfully scout it. Okay. I'm gonna get this quest, but give me a moment before I start the instance. You've had a long day, friend, and more dangers await. You should take some rest. There's a bedroll just over there you can use. I will wake you if anything happens. Okay, just like one more minute. I gotta get up. So now would be a good time. Anybody wants to take a bathroom break, grab a snack, do a little stretch. And then I'm gonna hop into the instance and finish up the intro. And I will be, it's just gonna be a minute, so I will be right back. Oy vey. Sorry, I'm fixing my earbuds. We're gonna watch Galadriel's Dream. No, my bitrate's going crazy.
Listen to my words. I am Galadriel, the Lady of the Golden Wood. Do not be afraid, my friend. Your people are short-lived, but the fate of Middle-earth is yours to command. I will not long disturb your sleep. I can visit you in dreams for only a short time. I have looked into my mirror and seen much that worries me. Let me show you.
Hello? What's up? What if my game crashes? This happened to me the other day, I think. How long should we let it go? Oh. I think you can finish up. The bedroll is more comfortable than you expected, or perhaps you're more tired than you realize. You close your eyes and before long you are lost in dreams. I think this will be the end.
You are near to wakefulness. The last tendrils of sleep will soon release you. You ask why I wanted to show you this? It is for one reason. I saw you in my mirror, not once or twice, but often. Whether you desire it or not, your fate is tied to that of Middle-earth. Do not forget my words when you awaken. The free peoples of Middle-earth will have need of you. You must not fail them.
Ruh-roh. Not the storms. That sounds a most curious dream. I never have dreams like that, friend. I would not wish to have such. I feel like I'm not. It's because I feel like I do two different types of shrimping. I do one shrimping where my legs are like in the right spot, but then I crane over the keyboard, and then I do the other shrimping where I like sink down into my chair.
At your service, and your families.
I know all about the old East Path. There are spiders everywhere. When you kill one, another takes its place. If we are to make use of the path at all, we should fight our way through and ensure that it is still blocked to the walls of Archit. The spiders will do some work for us against the Black Wolves. And what the spiders don't deal with, we shall come from afore and behind with our axes and our blades, and we will fall upon them like a mighty cave coming down. Ooh, not my game stuttering. Love that. Uh-oh. My bitrate's messed up. I'm gonna have to fix that. It's constantly a problem. Hi, Brewster. Welcome in. I was thinking there's usually one there. I know this area way too well. Oops, somebody's right ahead. Oh, no, it's just not loading in. Tee. It's going really well, Nate. And Brewster, I started a completely fresh account, and I did roll a new tune, and I've been reading the story today, and I actually know more details than I used to, and Archit's really sad. That's my takeaway from today. The things happening in Archit are sad. But I'm almost done with the intro. And once we do that, we can open the first gift pack. I'm still on Glamdring, but the reason I wanted to make a new account was because I really wanted to dive in deep and create a character where everything I earned solely on that character, being this character. So I only have had 10 Lotro points so far that I got from A Little Extra Never Hurts, and I spent them on A Little Extra Never Hurts Part 2. I don't have any other data on the account other than what has happened today and going forward, and I like it that way. Oh. This is why we can't have nice things.
A dead end will surely work in our favor.
The brigands will be slowed, and they will have the spiders at their heels, and the hunters will come from behind while the soldiers attack at the head. I will go to Archit to rally them and ready them for the storm that awaits them tonight. I'm gonna get the olive dyes. Quickly, Calder Cobb is making his move against Archet, and wicked men of Angmar are lending him and the Blackbolt strength. We must go to the town's defense at once. Return to me when you are prepared. First, I want to dye some of my items. Mainly, I want to do the shoulders. Let me put this down here. The shirt. And the gloves.
John Brackenbrook and his hunters have reached the outskirts of Archet to find it already ablaze. A desperate struggle to save their village is about to
450
begin.
gold.
Hopefully, you have arrived in time.
Oh my gosh. Nice work, Brewster.
We have no time to lose.
There is not much time to lose. Already the town burns. We've only a short time to rest here before they see that we have broken through the east wall. I fear we are less safe by the moment. In instances, I like to get the people I have beef with, and I have beef with Otto.
We must save Ned.
Omdir's close by. He escaped the slaughter at the Badger. You have to help him. Defend the Badger. These Blackbolts want the Hobbit and the Captain. I saw something in the flames. Go after them. You must save them.
Archet must still be saved.
Calder Cobb's and Otto's treachery were just the beginning of this battle, I fear. We must find a way to the Mad Badger Inn. Peg has left us a way into the marketplace. Perhaps there's a way in through there. Follow me. I always try to get out of here before she starts sobbing because it actually hits me in the feels so hard. I feel so bad.
There are more up ahead.
I feel like everything's a little too loud right now. Did I use my spec point? Yes. Sorry.
We must find my father before it's too late.
The marketplace is safe for now, but we must press on. If we tarry too long, we will lose all of Archet. We must find another way into the center of town. Kind of makes me sad that there was a whole crafting hall in Archet and it's on fire.
Look, Otley is ahead. All must not be lost. Well met, friend. Is the crafting hall safe? Although the Mad Badger burns.
Did we speak to Atlee? Hold on. I didn't read what Atlee said. Or did we just walk up to him? I think we just walked up to him, right? Yeah. Okay. You have fared well, my friend, but all might be lost nonetheless. We have protected the market square and the crafters area. Already the mad badger burns. Perhaps my father is still alive, but I hold little hope. Follow Atli and me. We will defend what is left of this town to the death if we must.
Father, I knew you would survive.
I used to like to go stand back there with Omdir and them, but I think I'm gonna go here for now so we can actually see what's being said, kind of, sorta. They're mostly like, you know, discussing everything we already know.
They approach! Defend us!
I do maybe want to get a little closer to Captain Brackenbrook. Like right here, maybe.
No more time for games. We come for the ring.
And that is because these Kargul arrive. I hate the update with the gloves. I don't like that. And Calder Cub is confronting Captain Brackenbrook. Not only that, but they're taking on deer.
Father! No!
Ah, I want to get him.
What misery has befallen us? My father was right to trust no one.
This is a sad day indeed. Our Chet is burned. My father is dead, and the ranger was taken by evil men, if men they can be called. Now all we can do is wait for the flames to die down. Then with luck, we may begin to rebuild our poor town. What tragedy has befallen us this night, but we defeated the Blackwold menace, and I think it will be long ere they grow so bold again, with or without the help of the evil masters from Angmar.
With the Black Wolves' attack foiled, the people of Archet have begun to rebuild. Yet not all hurts are so easily mended. The fate of the Ranger Amdir remains uncertain and may have dire consequences for Breland. But hope remains that he may yet be saved.
I'm gonna fight my bitrate. Why is it doing that? Jeez. Okay. Oh. Well, then let me get closer. Jeez.
Greetings.
The loss of my father is a painful one, but my pain is no greater than any other here in Archet. People of Archet regard you as a hero, and I agree with them. Without your quick thinking, we would have lost more lives. You were the one who faced down the evil men and drove them and many of the black wolves from the woods surrounding our town. We owe you much. It is good to know that the grim dark growing across the land will have such fierce adversaries as yourself. So before I start the next part, I would like to have my milestone skill. Oh, I forgot I'm not a VIP. Rep. Okay, I'm gonna bind my milestone skill here and arch it. And I'm gonna open my mail. I'm gonna open the gift pack. And I'm gonna open the horse whistle, which now is counting down until this time tomorrow. And at the end of that, I'm going to be so that's a rental horse. And when this wears off tomorrow, I'm gonna get a quest item to get a permanent horse. And I think this is where I'm gonna leave off for today. And tomorrow I'm gonna work on getting through like the Breland starting area here, which is we start in Archit and then you go to Combe and into the Chetwood, Staddle, Midgewater Marsh, Breetown, and I'm gonna start at about 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, which is the server time for Lotro, for Glandring at least. And hopefully maybe end tomorrow around the same time up at Hengstacer's farm, or at least at this stable master here. I hate to leave when you two are just greeting each other, but I think I'm gonna find somebody to raid. Porque I think I'm gonna raid Misini. Who is offline. Great. That always happens to me. I think she just went offline the moment that I clicked on her stream. I love that. In that case, maybe we raid let's raid Lyron, who's also just gone offline as soon as I clicked on his stream. I'm so indecisive that I'm missing opportunities. Let's raid Pow, who hopefully will not go offline immediately. I think Lyron just raided Pow. Here we go. But I will be back tomorrow, and we're gonna do the Breland starting area. And I hope to see you then. Thank you for watching.